Hello. Hello. We're doing things backwards today. We are doing things backwards today. We shall start with F1 career mode at Miami. And then from there, we shall move to RTG Season 2 prep and maybe the start of RTG Season 2, although we do need to record the awards ceremony episode. I just want to see what the car is like around Miami with the new handling before we jump in. Actually, I'm going to need to do this so I'm not quite so pointy. Says as he turns in, and it's super pointy. This is my first lap at Miami on F1 24. Ooh. In fact, it's my first lap in an F1 car on the game, all told, since the patch. I believe F1 cars, not F1 cars, the AI are supposedly really strong in Miami in a straight line. That was the case last year as well. There's potentially an issue with mid-session saves now. In what regard, ads? But thank you for the info. Lovely. Canadian quali is... one imagines about 9 PM, but let's double check. Qualifying for the Canadian Grand Prix begins at... well, the show begins at 8, so 9 or 8:30, presumably for quali for real life F1. She's really pointy. More predictable though. Kemi's career will be once we've finished the Formula One. I can't put a specific time on it, Ethan, because it's a sprint weekend, but probably will be close to 3 or 4 PM. That's weird. It like grips up and then grips up and then grips up. Like you go in chunks. That's what it felt like there anyway. Tom said the same thing about the handling. What, that you feel like you accelerate and turn in chunks. Like the weight transfer feels odd. Like it turns and straightens up and turns and straightens up and turns and straightens up. That's what it felt like there. Yeah, I'm desperate for there to be no rain for this Grand Prix career mode. That felt sweet. I just don't find driving in the rain on this game fun at all. Like, the braking doesn't make any sense. You can have ABS on, brake, and it just locks up. But then you don't know where to... no ads, that was a time trial setup. Thank you for the subscription. Let's double check what that was. It was Socmus for the 32nd month. Whoop indeed, my friend. No, Anderson, there's absolutely no point doing Create Series on F123. As Zach says, people are searching for F124 and they wouldn't want to watch it. I know in theory it's still F123 cars, but they can't do that. And literally, as Ad says, EA sponsored the series. They can't sponsor the series and then have it be on the different game. EA purchased sponsorship for the stream, Zach. Not what would EA do with hardware? EA don't own any hardware. Let's set the goals. Drive 205 miles, complete with them on 3 conditions. Do the goal one. Complete any session with the fastest lap. Open the DRS slot 45 seconds during a waste weekend. That's easily doable. Uno, dos, tres, here we go. Just for time management, Darren. Just for time management. Welcome to the Miami Grand Prix weekend after a bonus length episode for China, which was not as we anticipated it going in the positive. We find ourselves now here in Miami for what I believe is another sprint weekend. This is the first episode recorded since the big handling update. So we will see how competitive we are in the sprint on 95 difficulty, because I think Miami is where the AI are quite strong. And then we can make any changes to the difficulty from there, moving into the full-length Grand Prix. We're praying, of course, for dry weather, because I don't enjoy the wet at the moment with the current handling model. Do drop the video a like if you're enjoying. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on any more content. It is a fairly dry race weekend, other than practice, which is not a problem whatsoever. And breathe a sigh of relief. Good. Right, we can adequately then, hopefully, nail down the right difficulty setting for the rest of the save, now that the handling patch is in and the weather is dry. I've got all of my goals set for my various different people. Currently 69 rated. We may well be up into 70 rated by the end of this Grand Prix weekend. And as per that big patch, the performance index has been updated. We were the second slowest team. We are now the 4th slowest team. We've jumped Alpine and Williams as a result of the performance patch. So we should be more competitive off the bat, and then we'll adjust the difficulty as per we need to keep things relatively realistic now. So that's the plan. In theory, we should have worse results to keep things as realistic as we can, but that is the intention, and I think that's probably best for the longevity of the save as well. So the AI have been improved also. I haven't yet raced with them, but we're going to go and find out exactly what it's like in the sprint. There should be DNFs now for mechanical failures, etc. They should make mistakes now, so you may well see crashes, etc. as well. So this should be, hopefully, kind of the kick-starting of all of the Formula 1 content for everybody that makes Formula 1 content moving forward. There was no Creator Series video for the most recent weekend. Bugger all happened for me in that race, and I got about 3.5 minutes worth of content, so it wasn't worth showing you. Moving forward, should be better for Qatar next weekend, and then, fingers crossed, into the rest of what is actually a very long Creator Series season. What this has been is a very long intro, so I'm going to go and get out on track. I will see you once we've gotten our practice done, our resource points are in, and then we're on our way into sprint qualifying. And I've got all my practice bits going in. Good. And go to Tweck. You got good weather as well, did you, Daniel? Praise be to the Formula 1 gods.
Welcome to the Sunshine State.
The Sunshine State. It's fucking pissing it down, Natalie. Still says that the wets are no different delta-wise to the dries.
They told you about the new parts that have come in from the factory, right? Well, they're all fitted and good to go. I hope they do the trick.
What's everyone else going out on? What are you doing? What are you doing? Everyone is on intermediates. Let's load the Miami. Shut up. I'm good, thank you, Cheese God. How are you, dude? Thank you for the support from Down Under, Tinky. Hope you're well, mate. Glad you're enjoying the driver career. Me too. Let's do fuel management first. We're not going to need any of the intermediate tyres from this session onwards for the rest of the weekend, so we can use fresh tyres for each practice program. And that'll be absolutely fine. I do very much despise driving in the wet on this game, though. Like, with a passion.
In this program, we want you to focus on your fuel-saving technique. Lift and coast through corner entry to save as much as you can whilst keeping the minimum lap time.
I don't know, actually, Social Place. I'm not sure. I haven't heard about that bug being fixed. Holy moly. Fucking Nora. It's not been fixed as far as you're aware, Fez. I was okay in Australia once the rain dissipated quite a bit. But initially, I was just rubbish, wasn't I? Like, getting gapped horrendously by those in front. The only reason I wasn't last is because the AI were not tuned properly and didn't overtake. Save some fuel here, shall we?
Okay, test complete, and that was a really good job indeed. We got a lot of
Tyre bug is that in real life, in sprint qualifying, Q1 is hard tyres, Q2 is mediums, Q3 is soft. In game, it just gives you it gives you 2 mediums and a soft, and they're all available throughout all sessions. I didn't watch enough of it, Jake, to be able to give you a definitive opinion, I'm afraid. Oh, they don't use those. Medium, medium, soft, is it? Okay, well, it should be locked to 1 tyre per session, and 1 set per session, and it's not. You can use all of them.
Okay, this is a
So the AI are using the soft in Q1 when they shouldn't be allowed to, and then trying to use that same set of softs later in the session. And they're obviously ruined by that point.
Okay, heavy rain will be staying with us for a while now, at least a 20-minute window of heavy rain.
Okay, judging by this quali pace program, I think we need to up the difficulty. But we'll start the sprint. Do I start the sprint? I don't know what to do now.
Program complete.
Do I just do a flapper with one shot and see what the difficulty is like?
So come on back to the garage and I can take you through the numbers.
Might just have to do a flapper. So I don't want to just win the sprint by half a minute.
Okay, we need a few solid laps here to help us calculate a good race strategy.
Holy Christ. Suggestions reading Socrates' comment. How's the game feel after the first patch? These are my first laps with an F1 car since the patch, so I can't tell you yet, Socrates, but I will let you know after we've done this race weekend, or throughout the course of the weekend. Judging by these practice programs, I think we can quite comfortably say that the difficulty is set too low at the minute. I shouldn't be 5 seconds up after a dodgy lap on the Delta. It says DRS all zones, but I can't do that in rain. You see, can't do that in rain. Okay, so thank you. Starting to think that even though it sounds and feels like the car is locking up in the rain when you brake, it's actually not. I'd have to maybe do a little bit of experimenting to see if there's any time to be gained by not just braking at 100%, or what happens to the temperatures and wear. Because if I can just brake at the same way I used to on 23 without braking super lightly, then I'll find seconds per lap, and that might be why I'm so uncompetitive, or I was so uncompetitive last night in Creator Series. I'm effectively only half braking when I can just drive how I want to. I mean, that was with me braking how I would have done on 23, not how I was braking last night, and it was significantly faster than the previous laps with more warm tyres. But I don't know whether it is wearing the tyres more or sending temps too high. I mean, the rears are on fire right now. My rear right is 95 degrees. So maybe it's the rears that are locking, not the fronts, which is why it sounds like it does. No, it's not the brake bias that's doing it. Have a look at the... Well, there's no visual locking there of anything, is there? Engine's running hot though. Yeah, it feels like the car's locking up as well, but it's not, crucially. Did just notice there, driving on the wet part of the circuit, that the surface temps did significantly drop. And then when I went back onto the drier line, the surface temps started going up again. As should be the case. If I accelerate here, my surface temp is currently 79 on the rear right, but if I go over here on the wet bit, it's now at 50 something. It's under 50, I come over here, it goes back up again. So you can now very much so actively cool your tyres in wet weather conditions.
Okay, test complete, and that was a
Lovely.
really good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that. Well done.
Yeah, it's only in the wet conditions as that I feel it. Tyre wear is astronomically high though in the wet, as you can see there. So that might, no, maybe, I don't know. I don't believe so, Zach. I don't think AI tyre temps are actually affected by anything. Well, we'll retire from the. Oh fuck it, I'll do that in a sec.
What an incredible practice session that was. But the
Full set of resource points acquired. 300 for the session change. 800 plus in the bank now. The experience goes up significantly with the practice programs as we were doing them. So we're actually only gaining a little bit with the overall rating. Of course, as we get higher with the overall rating, then you'll need more XP to level up. So, in theory, our growth should slow down. Judging by the results of the practice programs, I do need to up the difficulty. So what I'm actually going to go and do now, in between now and going to sprint qualifying, is actually go and do a 5-lap race in Grand Prix mode and see if I really do need to tweak it, because it would be no fun to win the sprint race by a minute and a half. So I shall see you in sprint qualifying, but on stream we're going to go and do a bit of experimenting. No comment, Zach. Dislex, thank you very much indeed, my man, for the 13th month. Nico. Difficulty set to 31. Car damage rate reduced? No. Sim. Potentially as, yeah, but not by 5 seconds a lap, surely.
Welcome back to my app.
Supposedly they are lightning fast down the straight in Miami. I don't know whether they now use overtake or not. If they fix that, do the AI use overtake in quali now, or do they not? No, they still don't. They don't in your save, they're not monster. Okay, good. Yeah, they're monstrously fast in a straight line, aren't they?
With qualifying wrapped up now, we have our grid lineup.
They fixed hot lap deployment, yes, Zach. But that's hot lap, not overtake. They shouldn't use overtake in quali. It shouldn't be available. It should be hot lap mode only.
Right, I know you're hot in the cockpit, but your tyres are going to be even hotter.
Oh my god. The fuck? fuck are they doing? It's just braking super early. Fuck me! I know they're supposed to make more mistakes, but Christ. Just gonna get out of that. Get off me! What is this? You're still supposed to acknowledge your presence, surely.
Now use DRS. DRS now available. Battery charge is high. Let's use that overtake button a bit more.
Can't decide so far, can you? Race IQ is seemingly pretty low still, but let's not judge it just on 2 laps experience. At a track where supposedly the AI are just strong in a straight line.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Well done. Okay, final lap. Let's go. Final lap.
Might do it, considering we've not actually raced in Miami yet, so I don't have a reference. I might do a flapper in China. Too busy looking at the minimap. Oh yeah, I had seen that. it like says that you're 4 seconds exactly off the fastest lap, doesn't it? With the pace stat.
A couple of things didn't go as good as they should maybe, but all fun and learning, eh? I felt it was not a bad effort. Let's do it again.
Driver of the day, oh my god.
What a day it's been! Yeah. Well, what an end to another fantastic weekend of racing.
What was he disqualified for, Zach? Literally nothing. Cool story. Everything should be fine here now, shouldn't it? Simmer, thank you for the follow, mate. Oh, I didn't do... I thought it just saved the settings from the previous time I did it. Evidently not. Assists fine, difficult 95. That it's saved. One shot quali. Does it save the damage settings, etc.? It's weird. Come on. No, Zach.
Now here's something we haven't...
You couldn't afford the lawyers to even begin to try. Safe to say, in China, I am still OP. It'd be cool if it played K-Mag's poll radio call from Brazil, wouldn't it?
Well, that wraps up qualifying, but don't worry. We'll be back tomorrow as we head into the...
So China, I'm still OP. Let's try Japan.
warm welcome, everybody.
It was a really scrappy sector 1, to be fair. At the moment, I'd say everywhere else I'm too quick, but in Miami the AI were just really strong. Although this is going to be 12th, but I was first in fucking China. How can I be 16th in Miami, 12th in Japan, but first in fucking China? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fucking fuck? Morning, Kieran.
With qualifying complete, all that remains now is the main event.
Let me try and actually put a representative lap together. Yeah, 15 minutes. We'll let you off. In fact, I was like, I'm going to put together a representative lap time, and then still puts in a scrappy sector 1. What do we think with difficulty then? I think Miami, I leave it as it is for the sprint race because it seems that the AI are just really strong at Miami. But everywhere else, maybe we up it? The AI don't use overtake, so I don't use overtake. I'm not sure what to do, ultimately. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we'll just use the sprint as a test. They're not just going to scrap something they put 2 years of dev time into, Ali. I'm just going to run F1 World for a year and then just take it out. Oh, sprint quali we do then.
Welcome back to Miami and...
So you should use SQ1 tyre here and then... Right, so it should be that set of mediums for SQ1, that set of mediums for SQ2, and that set of mediums for SQ3, but... And you should be locked using those tyres, but you're not. Ah, fuck, I haven't changed my parts.
let me know your feedback when you can. So we are currently target plus 3. Target plus 3.
Please don't put me straight in sprint qualifying. Although I can I can change before the full race, can't I? So
Welcome back to Miami and
All right,
welcome
fine.
to qualifying. Only
So it puts you on the softs, but it shouldn't. It should put you on that set of mediums. George is obviously going out on that set of softs, which is going to balk qualifying. Everyone's going out on the softs, so I'm going to have to do the same.
Okay, when you're ready, let's go.
The hot lap battery probably does drain correctly. It's just that I have with the settings. See, look at it drain down the straight. With my settings, I have 100% energy recovery with engine braking. That's probably why the battery isn't draining fully. It's because of my setup, not because of the game. Trade-off is unstable rear-end traction. Okay. I says I've actually noticed that.
Pushed down to P17.
DRS zone is later here now, isn't it? It's been moved. Right, so so in a Grand Prix mode 5-lapper, I was 16th with one shot. I'm on pole. They're going to up the difficulty. On what reasonings that? We did a 5-lapper, and in one-shot qualifying, I was 16th. So I thought, oh, okay, maybe the difficulty's about right then for Miami because they're quite strong here. We did one in China again, and I was first. We did one in Japan, and I was 12th. So we weren't really sure where we lay with the difficulty. So we thought, okay, let's just go into sprint qualifying and take it from there. First, in Q1. So what I will do is not run in Q2, and that way I'll be around about where I should be, and we'll up the difficulty between sprint qualifying and the sprint, and then I won't be on bloody pole in Miami. I'll be about 15th. So that seems to make perfect sense. So actually, I will just retire from the session, and I'll be 15th for the sprint. Doing at least one lap is pointless, Darren, because then if I'm inside the top 10, then it puts me through, doesn't it? Afternoon, Richard. We'll just ignore that. Lewis, thank you for the follow, mate. Back scratcher. Back scratcher. I'm starting 15th in the sprint, Daniel, yes. So for the sprint, oh, that was at 94. Oh, 95. Frankie, thank you for the 42nd month, mate. Let's go to 96, because that's what we raced in Bahrain. And then we'll see what it's like in the sprint. And then we'll take it from there. We raced at 96 in Bahrain, and I was 19th in the race. But that was my first race on the game, so certainly there was some getting used to everything happening then. Here, Miami, the AI are supposedly very strong, and we kind of noticed that in the 5-lapper we did. They were particularly quick in a straight line, but not so fast around the corners. So we'll do 96. And then if it's still too low, then we can up the difficulty before we go into actual qualifying before the 100% Grand Prix. There, decision made.
Forget pit stops, forget fuel management. It's pedal.
It's pedal to the metal.
And alongside me today.
Okay, as you know, this is the team's home race, which means it's extra important for everybody in this team. They've got friends here, they've got family here, they're all in the grandstands watching. So let's go and put on a good show for them.
No pressure then. Cheers, Mark. Appreciate that. Fuel-wise, I've absolutely no idea what to do. So, I'll put a lap and a half's worth of extra fuel in and hope that we don't run out here in Miami. We're going to start on the mediums. I imagine everybody's starting on the mediums and just running the mediums. Mediums. So here we go then. 1, 2, 3. Sprint race at 96.
Clutch bite is good, gearbox is responding normally. Make sure to warm up the tyres and brakes. Warm the tyres and brakes throughout the lap, please.
So on paper, we are now faster than Williams, faster than Alpine, and faster than Sauber. So we should be... 19, we should be 13th and 14th on the grid. Should be on the 7th row. Which is exactly where K-Mag is. Although the RBs are behind and the Alpines are in front, so...
Decent parking. Let's try and get a good launch as the lights go out.
Not got enough experience yet with it, Craig, to give you a definitive opinion, I'm afraid. Here we go then. We're starting the sprint from P15. He supposedly should be 13th or 14th fastest on paper. They are slow in that braking zone. A couple of positions made. Chopped off the front of my teammate up to P13. This is effectively now our judgment for the full race. So we see how this one goes and we react with the difficulty accordingly. It would be nice, however, if Pierre Gasly didn't just drive into me. That would be really kind of him. Haven't used any battery yet, so now we'll use the overtake just to keep With down the straight. They're not as OP in a straight line as I expected from the way that people had reported, but certainly I think if you run out of battery you might be in a bit of trouble. Go for Alex Albon. Big lock up by Esteban Ocon. That's nice to see. Huge lock up by Ocon. Up to 11th. That was monstrous. You see the smoke pour off the front left tyre of the Alpine. There already is a change in the AI behaviour in the positive. In terms of in the realistic. It wasn't positive for Esteban. He went straight on.
DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone.
In general, there is definitely more grip at some of the F123 low grip circuits on 24.
Right, We need to get past here. Use overtake. Use overtake.
Using and DRS. I believe. Hi, Lance. Hey, fire out of that corner.
You're increasing the gap on the car behind by 0.5 a lap.
My engine is so hot. To try and run out of the dirty air if I can. Engine is on fire here. Kind of hard to drive that Mickey Mouse section when some of your screen is blocked. Might be because I'm using a lot of battery as well. We'll drive out of the dirty air. Oof. Not much retraction there. Going to be a wall, isn't it? Lifter coast is effective for calling, yeah. We were just in DRS range, sir. We were not. Now it becomes tricky because I've run out of battery. Although Lance doesn't have DRS on the car in front either. So maybe Stroll is there for the taking. Purple sector 2 apparently. Stroll is vulnerable. I'm not sure how competitive or uncompetitive I am with tyre wear here. But on lap 5, so far everything feels like it's kind of as it should be, ish. DRS line is later as well, isn't it, I think? Could go for a lunge, I won't. We can stay with him through the Mickey Mouse section. Then I may well have a go at Lance into the last heavy braking zone. Too much of that curve there really, but it didn't unsettle the car too much. We've got quite a bit of battery here, so let's see if we can't maybe have a think about overtaking the Aston Martin at the end of this straight. Oh, the speed differential is massive. He's gone defensive. We'll leave him space on the inside. I think we just were behind through the DRS detection zone as well. We were. So we'll get DRS here. The Aston Martin is trying his hardest to keep hold of P10. But we will, thank you very much, take it. But the front 9, which is effectively the top 5 teams minus a slow Lance Stroll, are definitely still out of our possibility, out of the realms of possibility, sorry, for battling with at present, which is, again, as it should be, really. We use a bit of battery here, but you can see already just how quickly they're gaining on me down this straight by the delta. It's halved already, and that was with me using battery. Lance is going to fly by once more. China, the result in China was track specific, and this AI straight line speed is also track specific here in Miami. So there is a lot of nuance to the difficulty this year, more so than really we've noticed in previous. But I'm happy enough where we are. This feels competitive enough, doesn't it, right now? Slow on turning there. We're quick compared to the AI through this bit by a considerable margin. So I guess it swings and roundabouts. Like, I just gained half a second on Lance through that end of the first sector, but then they gain time on me down the straight. So it works one way somewhere, and it works the other way somewhere else. We got away with no damage there somehow. Lance locked up, was really slow in the braking zone. I'd already broken a little bit deep anyway. Lance went straight on, and I just bumped him. And somehow we managed to get away with no damage there. I don't really know how I did that, but now running in the clean air at the front, at least until Esteban Ocon has something to say about this, hopefully we can cool our engine down a little bit and then go again. I have no idea how I managed to get away with no damage there against Lance. That was quite a firm strike at the front of my car to the back of his. You can still see the gaps to the front 9 though. Those guys are just too quick. But that will come with the development of the car through the career, which is the aim of the game, isn't it? Or, of course, with a move to another team. Although at the minute, previously, we were like, oh, maybe we would be moved to Williams, and opened talks with them, or continued talks with them. Now, after the performance index update, not so sure I want to go to Williams anymore. They're slower than this Haas car now, when they were quicker. Engine temp right down at 137 now rather than 148 is huge. Here come the others. Going to go defensive and hold on to the position for now. But I have a feeling I might be losing a position or maybe even 2 down the next straight, which we'll find out in due course. This Mickey Mouse section kind of okay.
Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead.
Half a second using ERS to defend initially, and then hoping that with DRS they can't catch me. Which it doesn't look like they will. Alright, at the moment then, we are managing our scenario for a P10 finish here. This man's having a look. Never mind. We're going to be in trouble from Esteban now. The right-hand side gets so much hotter than the left. I'm going to be in trouble from Esteban and Lance. I have to probably cede a position here. Just settle in between the two of them. And then try and take Esteban again down the straight with DRS, if possible. Nice to be in a bit of a battle though, isn't it? And there is a string of us here. Still a bit DRS trainee, but that really might be, again, track specific with the straight line speed of the AI and the two giant straights. Do I go for a lunge? Esteban's gone defensive. But, oh, had a better exit than me, but then got caught on the curb, and that's us back through. A bit of a mistake from Esteban there, allowed us back into P10 again. Which is no points in a sprint. But if this were the main race, it would be for a World Championship point. Oh, the DRS and ERS trains is still to be fixed, is it? Fair enough. I mean, just use an overtake, Mighty. Thanks for the follow, Ben and Ghost. Welcome to the channel, guys. Right, we're at half race distance now. 9.5-ish laps. Oh, it felt better initially, and then I got a little bit of a snap on oversteer, or on throttle application, sorry. Not going to go defensive here. We'll take the racing line. Hopefully maintain the position, and now I
Okay, we've lost a position.
just got DRS there, and Esteban made the same mistake, got caught on the curb on the inside.
9.6 seconds.
Stroll's now having a look at Esteban Ocon. If they want to fight behind, that would suit me down to the ground. If they want to go side by side through the entirety of this first sector, that would be lovely, because I will see you later, gentlemen, especially through here. Then it's a bit of a reprieve for half a lap or so. We're now out of DRS range behind. Means we can use a bit of battery, but not use all of our battery. Save a bit, and that will help us consolidate in the position we're in. 2 seconds now the gap behind. That was huge. Lance Stroll getting feisty with Esteban Ocon. Now Alex Albon's just taken them both. Go on, Alex Walbon. Flying. Now we'll have hopefully about a lap or so with no pressure from behind. We can just get ourselves closer to the finish and closer to hopefully a P10 final position. Lance Stroll, I think, still went side by side with Esteban Ocon through the Mickey Mouse section because he lost another half a second, but they're getting it back down the straight. Whilst we say thank you to Macaulay for the 5th month subscribe to the channel. Thank you, mate. Whoop. Looking forward to the F1 and FC content over the summer. My guy, me too. 8 laps to go, including the one we're on. Leechy, thank you for the 7th month, mate. Glad you joined the content, pal.
Gap to the car in front, 9.7 seconds.
All the subs. Appreciate it, guys. Perfect 1 practice program. Oh no, I only got 4 out of 5 in them, didn't I? Not 5 out of 5, that's annoying. Not going to get that goal. Shooting! Macaulay with 5 bits, my guy. Shells, mate. Random human, 8th month, back for my yearly F1 channel points gambling addiction, my guy. Callum, what the cheese line. Mate. How many was that? 25, my hero. All in ones. Throwing pennies at me. Alright, it's getting quite considerably warm at the moment. And fuel...
Push, use your overtake button, let's go.
Fuel is actually gaining, isn't it? What do we start with? A lap and a half's extra. We've now got nearly 1.7 laps worth of extra fuel. So that's good information for the main race. We can probably put it about level and we should be okay. Obviously we'll use a bit more fuel when the car is heavier to lump around the extra weight, but as the fuel load eases off then we should save a bit more fuel just organically. Has helped being in some DRS trains, certainly, but I'd be happy enough to start the race with about level fuel. We look like we're destined to definitely finish in P10 here, with people battling behind and not really gaining on those in front. We are going to finish P10 in this sprint, I think. I'm led to believe, actually, by my live chat, those of you watching on YouTube, that I was mistaken in that AI are improved with regards their ERS management and regards the DNFs and their mistakes. But the racecraft side of it, like these DRS trains, is actually scheduled for a later patch. So we will see a change in the difficulty again later down the line when we actually see the AI earn some IQ of racecraft, because they're still very DRS and ERS trainy, aren't they, here? But such is the nature for everybody playing the game right now, and every content creator trying to make videos right now. All we can do is try and make some entertaining content for you, and of which we had about 12 laps worth here, battling with everyone. And we finally managed to break away. We are going to stay away. I will probably now, unless something explodes on someone's car, see you at the end of the race. Still getting kicks of Oster over that little bump. 25% down the front, right? Anything I say to you guys now in chat is probably just not worth having in a video, is it? I'm literally just go to the end now. Don't let me forget to change my engine parts though, because that will help with straight line speed, etc. All got to learn somewhere, Steve. All got to start somewhere.
Caution.
Yellow flags in front. Not sure what for at this particular moment in time. Is there a Ferrari going slowly? Someone's going slowly. It's a Mercedes going slowly. Are we seeing our first DNF? We are. Lewis Hamilton is out. Lewis's car has given up and it's there on the left-hand side. Our first retirement of the save. Lewis out. And it will be P9 for us in the sprint. And there was something else for you to see between when I last left you and the end of the race. Us gaining another position. Thank you, Lewis. Unfortunately, I'm now a single place outside the points, which is sad. I manifested it, did I? Straight. Let's see what the hell I'm doing. wonder what the fastest lap is. There we go.
Fastest lap at the moment, 1 minute 29.7.
Haven't decided whether we're going to make any Euros FC24 content. We might have the opportunity to do so during the week next week. Would you guys give a shit in seeing Euros content, or are you not that bothered? Maybe once they update the squads, perhaps.
Battery charge is high, let's use that overtake button a bit more.
They'll update them once everyone's
Final lap,
official
final
squad has been
lap.
announced.
Push, push.
Because obviously at the minute, it's not the right squads. I used to despise Miami as a racetrack. I don't feel like I do anymore. Looks like Lando Norris down the straight is going to win this sprint. Good information about the fuel we've gained in this sprint race. Good information about the tyres as well, seeing that the front right is now early 30s after 19 laps. GG's, Lando. Congratulations on the dub, my friend. So, I don't feel like our pace has been too heavily affected, or the handling of the car's been too heavily affected by the degrading tyre wear. So, we might be able to one-stop in the race. Medium hard. Alternatively, if we feel like we could make enough time, we could maybe medium soft. Wait and see. Driver of the day, though. We'll take that. Thank you very much. P10. No, 9. Thank you, Lewis. P9.
So with the sprint concluded, join us next time for qualifying. And of course, the main event, this weekend's Formula 1 Grand Prix.
Thank you, ads. Yep. Experience goes up, racecraft goes up, awareness goes up, pace, and focus goes up. The fact that pace goes down is a bug. It's a known bug. You go to open details and you go to pace. It says margin to fastest lap plus 4 seconds, which it wasn't. It's a bug. So do be prepared for your pace stat in the short term to take a bit of a hit. But overall, you should still be able to improve your overall rating. So don't worry too much about that for the time being. That should get fixed relatively quickly, I would imagine. And we'll be able to factor that out moving forward. So I'm not going to... I shall discuss with live chat, but I don't think I need to change the difficulty at the moment for this track here. What I do need to do, though, is put some significantly less worn parts in for qualifying and the race, especially now that component failure is significantly heightened thanks to the patch. And I don't want my engine to go pop like Lewis's did. I was going to do something. Can't remember what. Oh yeah, I was going to check a couple of the settings. Difficulty 96. Yeah, okay. Okay. Can you turn particles off this year? You can't, can you? Chromatic aberration. Oh. up it by 1 again for the race. Okay. I'm quite happy to do that. Boop. 97. Alright, I'm just going to go for a quick toilet break. And then we will qualify and go for the Grand Prix. BRB. Chat. BRB. Ayo. Alright, we've got... Oh, Christ, I'm running over my phone charger cable. That's not going to do it any good. Alright. Qualifying at 97. Wish me luck.
Welcome back to Miami and welcome
Thanks,
to
Crofty.
qualifying. Only raw speed will separate these drivers today, but the question is, who's got what it takes to get pole?
Not me, ultimately, I imagine. Extra set of mediums available here, which we're not going to use. Happy with the setup. I might just try one lap here. See if we can get through, but I'll allow myself enough time to go out and do another lap if I feel like I need to, which I might. Okay, track is clear right now, so let's go. Let's go. Just go to a flying lap. Vamos.
And we've been pushed down to P20.
Oh no. What the shit? Wasn't it just up through the first sector on Alex, although it was terrible, and now I'm going to be considerably down probably through the next sector because straight line speed. Purple middle sector, take that. Bit deep in the braking zone there. We were half a second up or so on Alex Albon after 2 sectors. And make that 7/10 after 3 sectors. This is on 97 difficulty as well. 97 we've upped it to for qualifying here. And after 1 lap, although to be fair, I did set that lap significantly later than everybody else set theirs, so I have had some track improvement go in my favour there. I'm 6/10 off in the first sector of Max Verstappen. So certainly some improvement that can be made there. To be fair, it's quite a terrible first sector from me, so a lot to be found there. Miami is proving to be quite unique in that in qualifying, the difficulty probably needs to be over 100. But in the race, the difficulty probably is about right where it is. Is K-Mag going to get through here? I think he might have done. P14 for K-Mag there, I believe, maybe just. Yes, both Haas cars through to Q2. Red in quali, that would be nice. Do a bank lap and that's it. Traffic ahead, but it's not close enough to affect the lap, especially on warm rubber. Oh, Christ, that is nearly a car-destroying accident. The lock up there by the car in front. Which is a V-carb of some description. Vic's doing a 12-hour subathon, is she, Jamie? Yeah, we'll rate her later then. If she's still on. Oh, she ends at 10. Oh, she's going to do a watch along then. Presumably. 27-1. Holy! Yeah, we're not that quick. Fucking Nora. Max in a class of his own at the minute. Right. Out to Twack we go.
All set, we're ready to go, so let's get the car out onto the track.
I'm sure everybody in real life asks that question as well, Cheese. Minor point, I don't think Origin technically exists anymore for that F124 discount message. That was what we were informed to put in the promo, so I don't know.
We've dropped to P11. Remaining in the session. We need a good lap here or we're out of qualifying. Come on.
Good exit onto the straight. Not bad. Here we go. We might get a little bit of disturbance in the air from Lando in front, but I shouldn't think it would be too bad. Already significantly up on the banker lap, but the banker lap was significantly off the pace, so we're going to need to find a lot of time here. So far we are finding a lot of time, but still don't know whether it's actually going to be enough. Oh, Lando. Big mistake on his quali lap from Lando Norris. I, in fact, want to see what happened to him there. What? Here we go. Is it just a lock-up? A big lock-up on the front. It's the front left that front. That might even be a double lock-up. I think both front tyres lock up there. He's turning in, and the front right's definitely locked there, as is the front left. That's a double lock-up for Lando. That tyre set completely unusable for any further action today. Big flat spots on that. Now he's going to get in the way, annoyingly, on my lap, but he might move out of the way if his lap's ruined. Equally, or alternatively, he might just give me a bit of a slipstream here. We might be in for actually a slightly inflated position here. Thanks to that slipstream and this slipstream from Lando Norris. 1:28.9 is Kevin's time. 1:27.9 is mine. Fourth. Right. Didn't expect that then. Okay. Into Q3 we go. Honestly, getting the difficulty right now is a fucking myth. Cloud, thank you for the follow, mate. I see what you did there, Tinky. A shock exit there as well, actually, I've just noticed. Sergio Perez in 13th. Elected not to run again after the first round of laps, and has paid the price for not doing so, trying to save a set of tyres, which he certainly will do now, because he's not driving anymore in qualifying. Although Cheese God makes a good point in chat, is Perez out in Q2 a shock anymore? Must be, because he got a new contract, didn't he? It's not the mod in particular that I'm using on FC at the minute that would allow me to put new kits in the game, Macaulay. But because I'm on PC, I would be able to use a different mod to put new kits in the game, yes. So what I might do is when Cambridge United announce their new kits for next season, we might get them put in the game. Current Cambridge away kit's so good though, it is nice. Was 8/10 off max ads, but actually P4 after 2 runs. everybody apparently is fucking slow compared to Max right now. Right, I think what I'll do here is actually set my lap early so that the other AI get the
Okay, that's all the checks complete. We're ready to go.
get the benefit of track evolution to themselves, so I don't get a significantly inflated, or I anticipate not getting a significantly inflated position. We'll find out.
Okay, just 2 laps of fuel remaining now.
I don't watch any cricket, I'm afraid, Tinky. No, sorry. The other drivers have come out to start their final run now. We are currently significantly up on our previous lap time and significantly up on everyone else that set a banker lap on warm tyres. But this is a brand new set for us.
We might see some rain. ETA about 15 minutes.
Thankfully that's coming after the end of qualifying. That would have thrown a curveball in. So we're going to jump to probably P2 here. But the question is,
Mate, that's P2. You're currently in
will
second
we
place.
keep it? Because everyone else is now going significantly faster on a brand new set of tyres. And the answer as to whether we keep it or not will be, as we retire from session, blow your little trumpet, cheese. Yes. So by retiring from session, nobody else actually Nobody else actually goes any faster. So note to self, don't retire from session, otherwise the AI's next lap time doesn't actually count. I'm sure they would have gone significantly quicker than they did there. Oh, buggy. Okay, well, on 97 difficulty, the Miami Grand Prix starting from P2. I'm trying my best to make it as realistic as possible, but game's not really helping me right now. For fuck's sake! So because I retired from session before they finished their last run, it didn't count their last run. No, the race AI are very quick, yeah. Let me report that as a bug. Post bug. So basically, my retiring from the session ended everyone's session, not just my own, effectively. Right, okay, cool. What do we spend our resource points on? Got only an 11% discount. Ah, the weight redistribution's in process now, which is good. Recommends tyre wear. No, thank you. I might do that actually. Chat, do I do rear downforce or do I do engine power? Pretty sure I want to do engine power, to be honest.
Here you can see the perks. Higher
As it unlocks ERS upgrades. Engine power it is. Unlocks magnetic compound and fuel efficient technology. We already have the second best engine apparently, but we'll take it. ERS is already king because it's effectively almost feels like cheating by being able to replenish your battery as quickly as you can. I'd rather just find the balance, Jamie, with the difficulty rather than artificially challenging or hamstringing myself.
Welcome to the Magic City. We're here at the Miami International Autodrome, the home of the Hard Rock Stadium, a multi-purpose sports and entertainment hub which has hosted Super Bowls, Baseball World Series, numerous rock concerts, and of course, as of 2022, Formula One. A lap of the Miami Grand Prix features 3.36 miles of track around the Hard Rock Stadium, and 19 corners make up the Miami International Autodrome, which will challenge the drivers in a tight wheel-to-wheel race. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts.
Well, we know what the grid's going to be because we were in Q3.
Moving on to the rest
I've
of
reported the
grid,
bug
we have
of me ending my own session, seemingly ending everyone else's session. If I retire from the session and I'm happy to go to the end, that doesn't mean that people that are currently on a lap don't get to complete that lap. K-Mag starts 11th though, which is fantastic news for Haas, and he's right on the edge of the points. Whether he can actually get into the points and earn anything, unlikely. Lewis Hamilton having to take a penalty for the component that failed in the sprint, which is good news.
I know you're hot in the cockpit, but your tyres are going to be even hotter.
I agree.
You're going to have to work extra.
Right, mediums and hards all round, other than Perez, Ricciardo and Bottas, who are on the soft. So presumably that means they're on that strategy and we're on this strategy. I would be tempted to start on a hard as well, actually, and do that the other way round. And I wonder whether that would be possible. Or faster, more to the point. Can we find a strategy? No, not. By 26 milliseconds, it's not as quick. But I'm sure I'd be better on the mediums at the end than I would be the hards at the end. So I'm going to go for that. And then with regards to the fuel, we know that we don't use much fuel here. So I am only going to put, I'm going to put bang on exactly 57 laps worth of fuel. So in theory, we should nail the fuel. We should nail the strategy. I am expecting to go backwards in the race because obviously the other cars around me will be much quicker in race trim than the bugged qualifying session. But we'll try and score points again. Florian, thank you for the follow, mate. You guys want a prediction? You can have a prediction. Where will Ches finish? Let's say P7 or higher, P8 or lower. Because we anticipate some other cars that are significantly quicker than me going significantly quicker than me. I'm not in F1 Creator Series anymore, Ethan. Thanks for rubbing it in, mate. I got relegated. But yeah, I believe you'll be racing in the wet. The new rule for this year is that the first segment is realistic and then it's dynamic from then on out. So I would imagine that you will be racing wet first session and dynamic from then on. Baba, it's okay. I'll forgive you. Yeah, so I would imagine it'll be a wet start and then unknown for the rest of the race. Similarly for qualifying, I'd imagine. But it depends what the weather is doing at the time. But it's expected to rain. Also, yes, if it starts wet, you may well start the race on dry tyres and have to box after a lap. I don't know if that's a thing in F1 as it is in F2. The next Creator Series race is Qatar, Daniel. No, Jamie, the American flag on the halo is there because Haas are an American team. would be like Williams or McLaren running a Union Jack, or Ferrari running the Tricolore. Basically. No rain in the desert. I'd like to think not, but it is going to be on dynamic, so it might throw rain in Qatar. You never know. You do hope not, though. Christ. Rain in Qatar would be absolute frigging chaos. Appreciate it. What do you make? Cheers, pal. Good luck tonight. Or this morning, as it will probably be for you. At like 4 AM or some shit. Some F2 cars have the flags of the drivers on the halo, not all though. Okay, it must be a team specific then. Much needed. Oh, Canada. You're starting 5th, are you, Daniel? Nice. Feels weird to be on F1 doing career mode at 20 to 2 in the afternoon, but obviously we'll be switching to the RTG a little bit later. House of Dragons is out, isn't it? First episode. Oh no, starts 17th of June. I just saw the advert for House of Dragon. House of the Dragon, season 2. Can't fucking wait. Bring it on. Hype. Do 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 do. I don't know why I'm singing fucking Harry Potter theme tune for a Game of Thrones series, but you know what I mean. No spoilers, human. No spoilers. The Chinese Grand Prix video went live on the second channel earlier today. Season 1 of House of the Dragon was very good, Thunder, yes. Right, you guys are nearly finished your predictions, so let's go for a formation lap.
Okay, so our system checks are good. We need to stay in formation and start bringing the car up to temperature, please. Get some load into the tyres and work the brakes. We want them nice and warm by the end of this lap.
No spoilers, please, Thunder.
No rain expected. No rain expected for the time being.
Praise the Lord. No rain expected. Come on, tyres, warm up, please. Stop leg, stop leg. 101 months. My guy. I hope this doesn't distract Says whilst he's driving. Keep 2 eyes on the road and both hands on the wheel. Consider it done, sir. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it, dude. Tyre temperature would be lovely. Trying. just managed to get tyres up to temp. So now we just need to... Oof, by 0.3 of a metre, park where we're supposed to. Allez! From P2 on hards. Where are we going to finish this one then? And cut. Come on, Lewis, park up. Here we go. Oh, I peaked with the revs, that's for sure. And a quick start by the Ferrari on their mediums. I've got one on the left, one on the right. And somehow I've come out in front of both of them. I don't really know how we've done that. Max has already absolutely disappeared down the road. Carlos Sainz thought about having a look there, and I think actually did on the left-hand side of me. I have got to go a long way on these hard tyres in this opening stint. A long way. 32 laps, in fact. So making them last as long as possible, as well as possible, is going to be instrumental in our final position. One Ferrari passed, the other Ferrari looking to do something similar. Don't hit either of them, please, Ches. And now I've got Oscar Piastri, who actually is also on a hard tyre with me here. So I might try and use him to try and, if I can, match a little bit of pace. There was a yellow flag behind, but I think it was just cars going slowly as the concertina effect kicked in. Max Verstappen has quite simply pissed off out front, though.
Let's focus now for the rest of the race. DRS now enabled. DRS enabled.
Bit of oversteer there coming around turn one, which means I'm wide for two. Bit of a squeeze put on Alonso there, but he held it. He's sticking with it, and he's going for it. And Fernando Alonso doesn't make the move. I had no idea what was going on there. That said, though, I anticipate he might have a go at me down the straight here, especially now that DRS is in effect. I can use my battery to defend, of course, and I will try and do so as best I can. But as we saw in the sprint race, sometimes a lot of VRS isn't enough to defend into these braking zones. Big lock-up from someone, and contact between Sainz and Piastri. Imagine then the lock-up was from Sainz, because he was leading Charles Leclerc. Still just manages to lead Oscar Piastri here. If they're going quite slowly, I might be just within DRS range here. Oh, please, by a millisecond or two. No, I think by a millisecond or 19, we were not in DRS range. Okay, Fernando. Toodaloo, mate. Tati. Fernando? Fernando? What are we doing? Okay, Fernando's... Oh, and then he's locked up! Cool. Cool. Can I have a new front wing then, please? Fernando Alonso locked up right in front of me, and that has effectively not done our race any favours whatsoever. You cannot anticipate Fernando Alonso doing that there. We can come back to this set later in the race, so we will be able to put that hard set on. It didn't change my wing! 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 We might have to just restart the race. Fuck's sake! Stupid cunt game. True, I'll try and flash back and see if I'm outside the pits. Which I am by about half a metre. Okay. Sorry, Chris. Restarting session. 4 lights, 5 lights. Hard tyres with actually a decent start compared to the medium. Oh my god, Carlos Sainz. Sainz looking... You're just going to drive into me, are you? You're just going to drive into me, are you? What is the point in ignoring the fact that your car fucking exists? I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the AI to get fucking patched in this shit cunt game. Oh, take 3. Sorry, Chris. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights and 5 on the hard tyre compared to some other mediums. It's not a bad start. It's not a great start. Sainz has leapt off the line. The Ferrari is going to of Charles Leclerc, and both medium drivers are now past us at the beginning, but that's not a surprise, really. Got a hard compounded Oscar Piastri behind me, which is good in one aspect, because he should have more respective pace in comparison to us than those around us on the medium tyres. But he's in a McLaren and I'm in a Haas, so he's still going to be pretty quick, and probably we won't be able to keep him behind us. But down to P4 off the line. Lightning start by the 2 Ferrari. Piastri's going for it here as well. We might be P5 by the end of this, but I'll try and fight it if I can. Piastri's actually turned into me there. Got me on the inside here. Am I hitting? I'm not. It's just a silly thing to do, isn't it, to stay alongside there. Not a good thing to do on lap 1 of 57, says. Don't give yourself damage unnecessarily. We will sit in P5 behind Oscar Piastri then after not necessarily a disastrous first lap. Carlos Sainz leads the Grand Prix. Max Verstappen leads the Grand Prix. That didn't take long, did it?
DRS is now available.
Right, Oscar, please don't disappear. I could very much utilise your DRS, please. Because I have a rather hungry Fernando Alonso and an equally ravenous George Russell behind him. We are within a second of Oscar Piastri. We will have DRS. Praise the Lord. And a full battery too. We'll try and be as competitive as we can. I'm sure in race trim the AI are just faster than they were in quali. And to be fair, they should have been faster in quali. They were faster in quali, but because of the bug, they didn't get the chance to show it. We do expect the race to come back to us with medium tyres later. But for the time being, we will sit pretty, although I nearly broke my nose, in P5 behind Oscar Piastri. That was close, wasn't it? Bloody hell! Nando's going for it. Lock up in front. Just continually, Verstappen and Sainz fight for the lead. Fernando has swept through. That's us down to P6 for the time being. In fact, Alonso set the fastest lap of the race, so there's definitely some pace in that Aston Martin, isn't there? Lando Norris then took it straight off him, but still, Alonso was even doing it in the first place, shows exactly why he was able to overtake us quite so straightforwardly as he did. We do anticipate hopefully being able to score some points today, but it will be a case of trying to make the most of the medium tyre later in the race, and also making these hard tyres last that long as well, because we went 19 laps in the sprint race and the front right was pretty gone, and we're wanting to do 25 laps on the medium this time around. Oh, Jesus Christ, George. That is a lock-up and a half from George Russell in that braking zone. Lando Norris has snuck through, and I've got Lance Stroll sniffing on the right-hand side of me. But Lance Stroll will not make it through. We will hold him off. We have lost a couple of positions there. George just went flying on. That was a giant lock-up. Now he's going to have a look at Lando Norris. Lando on the hard, obviously, so in a similar position to myself. Both McLarens on hards at the beginning of this race. The front few still racing away in front and gapping a little bit. Russell is through. And the hard-tired runners are continually dropping back a little bit. But as we say, we're waiting for the race to come to us later. Go away, Lance.
Right, we need to get past here. Use overtake. Use overtake.
Did they both lock up there? I thought I didn't see the lock up from Lando. I was so focused on the lock up from George. They may well have both locked up. Tire temps are fine, pretty sure. Engine is warm. Very. But tyre temps are fine. You're going that way, Lance. Okay, well, I'll go defensive. Norris and Russell still going for it. So we'll keep them in close proximity to us. And I could very much do with that DRS, actually. So the longer they do stay in close proximity to me, the better we'll be able to get down the road. Although Lance is now having a look at the inside of me here into turn 1. Don't lock up and hit me, please. Thank you. Notice that fuel has started to go up a little bit, so we will be fine. We won't need to save fuel at all under any safety cars. We perhaps could have considered underfueling the car slightly, but I didn't want to take that risk. Those in front have started to gap now as we were battling with Lance Stroll there, and that is not a great way to get onto this straight, Chiz. I use a large portion of my battery here, but I don't think it's going to help. Lance Stroll is going to be past me very, very soon. I think. Actually felt a bit of contact there, actually. Go a bit deeper on the brakes and try and force him wide a little bit. We've held on to the position, but we've absolutely not held on to Lando Norris and George Russell in front. They are gone down the road, lads. P8 currently then. After starting P2, but on the hard tyre with faster cars around us, no surprise that we've fallen to where we are. But we would like to stay in the top 10 if we can. Huh. Somewhere, oh, in F1, the wet tyre bug or dry tyre in the wet race doesn't happen every race, does it not? But in F2, it happens every session. Good. Good. I know, Zach. It's a pain in the fucking ass, isn't it? Contact behind. Lance went long, and Ocon just hit him, I think.
Yellow flag.
Yellow flags in front now as well. What's happened to who? Did someone else make a mistake and go long in a braking zone? I think they might have done. No, it's Fernando Alonso's engine going pop. We've earned a position. Fernando, his Mercedes engine has not lasted more than 5 and a bit laps. Lewis's went in the sprint. Fernando's goes in the main race, and that is the Aston Martin out of the running. And a free position for me.
Okay,
Thank
gap to
you.
the car in front, 2.5 seconds.
going that way, Lance. Okay. Good defensive. Russell makes another mistake. George Russell is all over the shop at the minute. He cannot get that Mercedes stopped. Big lock up earlier in the race into turn 11. And a big lock up into turn 1 there. It's not quite cost him DRS to Lando Norris. And unfortunately it hasn't quite brought us within DRS range of him either. But that might have been an opportunity we might have been able to take. Unfortunately it wasn't. Fuel is in the yellow now. We've actually dipped underneath race distance by 0.01 of a lap. So I'm going to have to keep a keen eye on that. I wonder whether it was at 0.04 up. Now it's at 0.01 down. It's probably going to be hanging in the balance for the whole race, isn't it? We might need to save a little bit of fuel perhaps at some point maybe. But really not much. Having a look again, but should have it covered. Indeed we do. Lando and George are going to go, I thought for a moment, side by side through here. They don't. But we are significantly closer to Lando this lap than we were to George last lap. Oh, and then I've gone wide in there. Am I going to be? No, I'm just out of DRS range. Son of a bitch. The one time I needed to nail that corner, and I didn't. Which says to me, Lance Stroll might be going bye-byes in a moment. Although, using quite a bit of battery, we are going to be able to hold on. Russell and Norris having a good old ding-dong in front. The front four having a good old ding-dong for the race win at the moment as well. We're dinging and donging to a 7th place position at the moment, which is will be very welcome at the end of the race if we can hang on to it. And guess who's just got himself back into DRS range? Me! Good. Right, that will help us stay competitive. Might just be status quo for a bit, chat.
Let's use overtake and burn off some of this energy.
Picky. Oh my god, George is so slow through there. So slow. Lando's going for it again. Front row seats to this, don't we, in a minute? If they keep it up too much, we might go from having front row seats to being centre stage and actually getting involved in it.
Okay, mate. Engine's running too hot.
Oh,
Engine is running too
I had a panic
hot.
for a minute.
Keep it a bit cooler for now, please.
Oh, don't do that to me. I had a really hot front right tyre because of the nature of the circuit there. And it absolutely melted my insides there, thinking that something had failed. Something hasn't failed. I just have a very hot engine. So I'm going to have to run out of the slipstream of the cars in front. 151 degrees is so hot for an engine to run at. So I really am going to have to pull out down the straights and hope that we can maintain position. But using a lot of battery as well is going to make the engine quite warm. Doing it that way, pulling out and then ducking back for the racing line and the braking zone. We should be able to maintain our engine temps well enough to achieve the objective and still maintain competitive enough pace. Again, pulling out and pulling back in. Even if it's only by 0.2 of a degree, it's going to make a difference. These two are getting so feisty in front. Only on lap 11 of 57. I feel like there's been more action in this race so far than it was in the sprint.
Okay, mate, that still wasn't quite what we needed, I'm afraid.
Okay, well that didn't go well.
Let's move on. Get your head down and chin
Failed
up
that already.
till the end of the race.
I mean, that's a section of racetrack where you really can't go anything other than one by one. You can't drive offline in that part of the track because you will just lose time hand over fist. So there's not really much I could do there. But if the engine runs much hotter, we will run the risk of failure. And Norris failed to stop there. And we got bunched up behind the ever-slowing George Russell. I think Stroll might have actually hit me there. Esteban Ocon and Yuki Tsunoda having a bit of a battle, I just noticed in P9. We are starting to gap them, so this quartet here is getting away from the pack behind. We might be on for a P8 at worst finish here, unless of course something else dramatic happens later in the race with a safety car or retirements. Lance has gotten me here though, finally. He's able to make the overtake work. But we'll try and hang on to the back of these guys, which we should be able to do with the use of battery. And the fact that George and Lando keep battling hard. I think we will up the difficulty to 100 for the next Grand Prix, regardless of whatever happens in the remainder of this race.
Okay, so gap to the car behind, 2.7 seconds.
Slightly worried about the engine overheating and causing a failure in a minute. George Russell might well get mugged by two cars here just for the DRS. Try a switch back there. Quite the position to be able to try a switch back here though. You see Lance Stroll nip back in behind George when he realised he wasn't going to make that overtake to ensure he didn't lose the position to me. It was clever driving by Lance. Recognised the threat from behind whilst also trying to be a threat moving forward. Hard tyres are lasting well enough though so far, going about 1% a lap on the front right and significantly less elsewhere, so we might be able to extend this hard stint a little bit further than the current... Ah, God, somebody locked up! Lots of smoke there. Might be able to extend this stint slightly further than the 32 laps it currently wants me to go, meaning that the mediums hopefully will last a little bit better in the final part of the race, but I couldn't tell you how that strategy is going to work out for us at this particular moment in time. K-Mag seemingly in a good race position at the moment though. And is that a Red Bull in the box? It is. Sergio Perez is in the pits. Damage maybe? No, or did he start on the softs and he's having to box? I'm not sure. Lewis Hamilton has made a handful of positions as well though. He's up from where he started in P20 up significantly higher now. Where is it? 15th maybe? Yeah, 15th. And it was Sergio Perez on the soft, stopping on lap 12 or 13. So expect Ricciardo and Valtteri Bottas to do the same. K-Mag is currently getting dizzy in P12 because he's so high up. Yeah, the tyres are superb so far. Absolutely no complaints about the way the tyres work at all in F124. Significant improvement there. Thank you for the follow, Gold Ghost.
Right, we need to get past here. Use overtake, use overtake. Increasing the gap on the car behind by 0.5 a lap.
I think once the AI are improved with their racecraft, we might have a banging game on our hands, genuinely. Thanks for follow, Dildo. I think it might be absolutely a solid game. It's just the AI, I think, is the only thing for me that needs addressing now. Outside of, obviously, the silly bugs. It doesn't feel like 23 though, Seamus, at all. It does feel significantly different. We'll just see him come down a bit as soon as we're lapping a little bit behind now. Says he's in a closest to within a couple of tenths. I think so, Reese. Yeah, still not perfect, but better than it was. Not as good as 23, but better than it was. That'll be Bottas in the box, won't it, off his soft tyres, I imagine. Might be a bit of a lull in action on track for us at the moment. Just trying to gap those behind and
Right, keep
maintain
pushing, keep getting
DRS
in
on
the car
those in
ahead.
front. Try and get the tyres as far as we can. Trying to extend that. The initial plan was to go to 32 on these, but we'll try and get them to like 37 or 8 if we can. It should very much be doable. I don't have new softs, no, I don't think so. Have a look. No new softs available.
Right, let's not stay behind this car for too long. We need to get past.
One set of... I think I've got one set of fresh mediums, yeah. I think one set. Fuel's fine. Fuel is slowly coming up, so we won't need to save any fuel. Yeah, the reset. Oh, I had just noticed that. I was like, no. Technically, same set of tyres. Hello, Alex. How are we, mate? How are we finding Qatar so far? Swear to God, if it rains in Qatar next week, I'm actually done. Horrific. Oh, good. Lovely. I'm about 3 seconds off the esports times, I think. Well, not the esports times, the world record time, I think. There or thereabouts. Haven't seen your time on the time trial dashboard, actually. We did a 35.8. It's definitely horrendous. After about 5 laps. You don't want to see it? Oh, okay. I think the less we say about Creator Series for me last night, the better, James. For me, it was a non-event. There won't be a video from it, put it that way. There was such little on-track action. It was basically me driving around on my own, in the rain, sliding everywhere for 2 hours. And then a pretty buggy-infested mess for the rest of it. So much so that I actually went to bed before I retired and went to bed before the end of the event. That's how dull it was to play and to watch. There was no content for me yesterday whatsoever. Some got great content. I did not. Like if it was dry and I was just running around and lapping on my own in that instance like we have done in some F1 races, then it's fine. I don't mind that. But the rain is just so miserable to drive in on this game right now. But doing it on your own is just fucking pointless. Hey Murat, how are you, dude? Judging by our... This will be a clip that actually goes in the video. Judging by our sprint experience, that was 19 laps long, we would anticipate then that the front right tyre of the other drivers at the moment is going to be over 30%. And ours is under 20 on this hard set. We're definitely going to be able to extend this hard set further than the currently allotted 32 lap pit window. The soft runners have pit already. Just noticed that Max Verstappen has straight up disappeared out in front. And at the minute, I don't know when the medium tyres might... Sorry, rephrase. Medium tired runners might be boxing. About lap 23 to 25, I would imagine. Then we'll try and go about 10 or so laps further than that on this set, and then we'll box for some mediums. We may well find ourselves in a position needing to make some overtakes to get back to where we are. You see that Daniel Ricciardo's setting a fastest lap of the race now on his new fresh set, which means that when these guys pit for their hards, yes, they'll be on hards, but they'll be on brand new hards that will close the gap on us. So we'll have probably some overtaking to do to get back to P8 to challenge for a P5. But whether we can actually do that or not, I don't know yet. Time will tell. But I do feel pretty competitive still on this hard set, especially now compared to these medium tyre runners who are going to start to feel the effects of that worn rubber now. So we might look to make a move or two in the not too distant future on a couple of the cars in front of us if we can, to try and nullify or minimise the amount of time we'll lose with their undercut on us in a few laps' time. So I might try and actually get past Lance Stroll and or George Russell and or Lando Norris in the not too distant future to try and make the most of my hard tyres and not get held up too much behind their wearing mediums, because I'm not falling anywhere near as far back now as I was earlier in the stint. We're able to maintain the gap to those in front now, and at some places on track actually be tucked up right behind them and losing time, a la here. So I might actually try and get Lance Stroll right here and now if I can. Use a lot of battery and my DRS and maybe try and get him in the braking zone. You notice how Lando Norris is gapping George Russell currently because of his hard tyre. That's effectively what I would like to do now on my hard tyre. Slight contact with George Russell there. A little bit of damage on the front wing, but manageable damage on the front wing. That shouldn't affect performance too much at all. We could consider a front wing change at the pit stop. We'll see what happens with our performance, but I think we should be fine. It is minor damage only. And you see the gap to Lando now has grown over a second to George Russell. So he is now going to be vulnerable with DRS. The Ferrari are also struggling, and Oscar Piastri is battling and now past one of them. The medium tyres are starting to not be the best tyre to be on right now. The hards are starting to come into their own. I was quite surprised actually George didn't see me coming there into that braking zone. He still turned in, but it was not the best of attempts by me to get stopped That's for sure. We're definitely gapping those behind now significantly on the mediums. And Lando is eating time out of those in front. And we're getting pooped out the back at the minute. He's flying, Lando Norris, on those hard tyres in that McLaren. And his teammate Oscar Piastri is doing the same. Probably in a very good spot for still a decent finish here. I mean, to be fair, where we are right now would be a decent finish. But it could be higher yet still. We'll obviously, again, as we reiterate, up the difficulty moving forward. Let me adjust the difficulty in the commands now for the time being. 97. 97. Do we have an AI? We do have an AI. On YouTube. An AI command. Save. And difficulty as well. 7. Save. Right, off we go. It's track specific, Seamus. Here in Miami, they are particularly strong in a straight line. I might try and go for George here with ERS and DRS as a combination. We're going to get him. I don't know if... I'm scraping the wall there, actually. I don't know if I'm going to be able to gap him, though. That's the thing. I'm going to be able to get past just as he finally gives up the position. But I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to stay ahead. I'd like to try and catch Lando if we can. Oh yeah, they're actually significantly slow through that Mickey Mouse section. 20% on the front right at the minute, slight damage to the front wing, but still very manageable. And we're going to maintain the gap. Lando has all but caught those in front now as well. Medium tyres are falling off. They need to get off them sharpish. This is what I hope to avoid at the end of our medium stint, because we plan on extending this hard stint so that we avoid this drop off in the medium tyre. Otherwise we'll have the same thing happen to us later in the race that's happening to them now. We don't want that. Lando within DRS range of Carlos Sainz right now. He has caught the trio in front of him. Don't write off a McLaren double podium here today.
Okay, mate. Right, that front wing damage is going to hurt us. We've really got to look after it now. Let's put everything into protecting that front wing, please. Okay, gap to the car ahead, 3.1 seconds. teammate by 18.7 seconds.
It's actually having a look here. Oh, it's not. Sorry, George is actually having a look here. So much so, it just drove into me a little bit. I probably could have and should have given him a slightly larger portion of racetrack to try and pop his car into. But I'm having a bit of a dodgy lap here, and we are probably going to get swamped by the two behind, certainly at least one of them. We might see that the front wing damage becomes more and more influential on our pace as the race goes on. George going for that outside right hand side of the car line again. Go slightly deeper on the brakes and try and just battle him out, but he's got the inside line here and George is through again. Right, but now I'm going to have the inside line and now I'm through again. This is turning into a bit of a humdinger. There's some good battling going on here, but I do anticipate those medium runners pitting maybe this lap, certainly before lap 27. Max is in, there you go, as if by magic. George is having a look now as well again. Give him some room. I'll get DRS here. Don't think about boxing, George, please, and cutting across me. Thank you. One of the Ferrari is in as well. Charles Leclerc pitting as George goes defensive here into turn one. We'll go around the outside of him. He's still there. I'll give him more room this time on the right-hand side. And we should have the inside line for this next bit. And he has pulled in behind us. All right, lots of boxes now behind. The medium stint is over for those. Medium stint will begin for us in about 10 laps or so, maybe slightly more if we can. Oh, caught on the curb there, and that front wing damage is really starting to affect my ability to turn left. Lance and George side by side through this section now, and that's earned us loads of time. Thank you, Lance. Appreciate you. And they will be in for, Kevin's out now, thank you. They'll be in for their stops this lap, as will Carlos Sainz. Alonso's already out, of course. His engine gave up very early on, lap 5. Oh, yeah, we are feeling the effects of that. Feeling the effects of that front wing damage now, moving into left-handers. Both behind in the box. And Verstappen is now coming on his brand new hard tyres. I have a funny feeling if we're to maximise our medium stint, I may have to change my front wing at my pit stop. We'll probably lose an extra 5 or 6 seconds in the pits, but we might lose more than that by not being able to maximise race pace with a damaged front wing. It's a hard one to toss up and decide between, but at the minute I'm leaning towards changing my front wing. I shall gauge that with live chat and they'll help me make the decision. Oh, George locked up behind, did he? That's what made contact, was it? I'm just going to go for a quick toilet break, and then we will complete the race. Be our bizzle. Appreciate your support and your patience. Back in a moment. Jude's going down for a nap in a moment, so I took the opportunity to make some food at the same time. Otherwise, I'm not going to get to eat for another 2.5 to 3 hours. Oh yeah, there is no heart rate monitor. I forgot about that. I'm in F2 in Creator Series now, Steph, so it was last night. I'm not in F1 Creator Series at the minute, nor am I reserving. Good, thank you, Clem. How are you, mate? Hello, Bob. Hello, Bob. Well, we should finish this by, what, before 4? Then we can record the awards vote video and the goal of the season video, I think, before 6 o'clock-ish, hopefully. Do need to create some people, though, from the Patreon. Need to create James and Joe, and eventually other Joe as well when he leaves his comment too. Exactly a month today until your baby girl is due. Is it just the due date, or have you got like a planned C-section? Countdown is on for child number 3. Unbelievable, Jeff. She doesn't sleep well. IB. I actually haven't played it since downloaded the new version of the live editor ads, but I'm sure it's fine. I got it working with the last version of the live editor. I just need to redo all of the mini faces because I did a uninstall reinstall. Roller's good, thank you, Social Place. Revised due date because of pregnancy bingo you've been playing. Pregnancy bingo? What's pregnancy bingo? If it could go wrong, it has. Oh, I see. But consultant said no more than 39 weeks, so that's the revised due date. It's been one of those pregnancies, has it? Fingers crossed when she does arrive, whenever it is that she does arrive, she's just healthy. Pregnancy and your other half don't go well together. You'd still get her pregnant then. Bless her. Poor girl. appreciate all the support today. We've got great viewership for F1 at this time of day. Maybe we do this moving forward. Maybe we do the F1 first, then the RTG later. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe we turn it round. I was going to say, I know Zach would like that. Time frame wise. I object because I'll miss it. Sorry, Darren. Yeah, it's not a bad shout, to be fair. I have been surprised by the higher viewership. Well, not higher viewership for F1. Like, the viewership has been about the same, but that level of viewership this early in the day. So maybe we do F1 early and we swap it round. Oh! Zach rejoices. Should we do some racing?
We've got a lot of spare energy. Okay to use.
True, it is weekend. I hadn't factored that in, actually. Here comes Max Verstappen. And when Max Verstappen decides that he wants to go past, there's not really much you can do about it. Max Verstappen decided he wanted to go past, and he's brand new, fresh, hard tyres. With the fastest lap of the race in the process. Okay. Right. Max, at least for one DRS zone, can you please drag me with you? No, apparently not. I think I am going to have to change my front wing, otherwise I'm just going to end up losing too much time, either making mistakes or having the car just not handle in the way that I would like it to. And we are going to be, unfortunately, out of DRS range to Max Verstappen, so I will change that to yes. And then on lap 30 something, we will change for medium tyres and a new front wing. Now the medium tyres won't go that far, Jamie.
Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead.
I think mediums on, they won't go 30 laps. Not with any pace whatsoever.
The car ahead is a second a lap faster than you.
Yeah, and the rest. Just a question about streaming. You have a wireless headset, and when you use it, it cuts off the stream audio, and it cuts off the stream audio when you're using a wireless headset. As in, it cuts off your audio when you're streaming from your PC, or when you use your wireless headset, it's cutting audio out from watching the stream. It sounds like a faulty headset more so than anything else. Nor is there be any any sort of underlying hardware issue with your PC or your streaming scenario software-wise. It might just be a faulty headset, perhaps. I genuinely not that sure actually. I'm afraid. I apologise. Not as of much use as I would like to be in that scenario for you. On OBS it cuts the audio off.
Window and you're going to be on mediums. Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 3.7 seconds. Gap to your teammate behind, 38.8 seconds.
That is odd. The stream loses sound as well, not just the headset, but your stream is losing sound too. Sounds like a hardware issue of some description, but what that hardware issue might be, I don't know. PC might be trying to do too many things and can't do the too many things. You know what I mean? But what you'd need to do to address that, I'm not sure. It might just be a software setting thing. It might be a hardware thing. I'm not sure. Are you noticing that it does it at specific points? Like when you get audio peaks in terms of decibels, or is it just random? Audio mixer totally cuts out. Unplug the headset, it's fine. That's strange. Yeah, that was my thought process. As that when I say it's trying to do too many things, it's a sound channel overload. I don't know. It's like it's trying to push too much audio out of the same thing, and it just can't do it. Be that a hardware cause or a software root cause, I don't know. That's what it would sound like. Either that or they're just there. Have you tried with a different wireless headset? If you could do that somehow.
When trailing the car ahead, they're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres. So try to get past.
Try plugging the headset into other ports and devices work fine. So if the headset works fine when it's plugged in, but when it's in its wireless mode, it's causing issues, then that sounds like a software thing to me.
Oh mate, you made that look easy. Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it.
You love working with me because I didn't break my front wing in 8 laps. I don't know whether that's offensive to my driving standards or revealing about my driving standards. But the team clearly don't think that much of me. And rather ironic that in the objective of not damaging my car, he used the phrase, smashed it. Actually, Mark, I think you'll find I didn't smash it, and that was the point. There's a yellow flag in sector 1. Not sure what for at the minute. That's K-Mag, I think. Oh, good. David Magnussen is retiring from the session. My teammate is out. Lovely. I mean, if a safety car came out now, it would be unbelievable for us.
Remember, Keep an eye on your distance to the speed limit line as you approach and make sure you don't speed.
I'm not going to box this lap. We are going to extend. A safety car would be huge because we could change our front wing and have an elongated stop that causes us less issue or less time loss, but evidently K-Mag has parked it in a very good position and there is going to be no safety car.
I'm afraid
Lando
Kevin's
Norris
dropped out of the race.
is in the points. Sorry, in the
Caution,
pits.
Caution.
Technically he is also in the points, I suppose.
Okay, be aware there's an incident.
There you go.
Next part
Bye,
of the track.
Kev.
No
Sorry,
overtaking
Kev.
through the yellow flags.
Please don't let that happen to my engine too, Kev. Charles Leclerc has caught me up.
Green flag.
We will be pitting in 5 laps time maybe. We'll have a tyre wear offset to the McLarens, but they're going to be significantly down the road. We're not going to be able to catch them, I don't think. It says currently I will come out 9th when I pit, which is going to be behind... Actually, I don't know who it's going to be behind. I think Sergio Perez is pitting again. Pretty sure Sergio Perez... Yeah, Sergio Perez is pitting again off those mediums to go to a hard set to take him to the end. 9th would put me behind Daniel, who's gone soft so far. That's a strategy I certainly didn't expect from anyone. Okay. Well, he's got another stop then, so we're definitely going to finish ahead of Daniel. It's going to be the whole Lance Stroll, George Russell thing again, isn't it, I think? And then trying to close in on them and hope that our mediums will last long enough to help us catch them and then overtake them and then stay ahead, which I'm not sure about at this stage. What we're definitely sure about is that we are no longer in a podium paying position. Charles Leclerc has said doodaloo, round he goes, and up into P3, and we're down to 4th. But that's fine. It's not a problem. We go again. Thank you for the DRS. Charles Leclerc sets the fastest lap.
Piastri is in the
Piastri is in the pits. She's gone to 33. I'm hoping to go to probably 36 or 7, I think. Or do I just bite the bullet and take the pain now? I'm not sure. The mediums are going to be pretty dead at the end of the race regardless. It's a decision to be made. This is where live chat comes in, and why you guys that are watching on YouTube should come and join me live on stream, because you get to have an in-the-moment impact on race strategy. Chat! When do I pit? Crossover point was roughly lap 26, was it?
Lap, and remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach. Car in front is a second a lap faster, 1 second. Okay, gap ahead, 2.0 seconds.
See, that was my fastest lap of the race. This is quite confusing.
At the moment, the car behind is lapping faster than us by around a second a lap.
I think we pit 36. I think we pit next lap. I don't know where I'm going here. Getting lost is what I'm doing. I know, literally. Just put in a personal best lap time with a green sector 2 and sector 3, and then put in a green sector 1 in the next lap. And then another personal best lap time. Oscar Piastri's just put in the fastest lap though of the race, let alone his own. 4.2 seconds the gap behind. I'd rather, it's probably a good idea to box this lap, to be fair, just to avoid having to battle with Sainz when he inevitably catches me in a lap and a bit's time. So if I box this lap, we'll avoid battling with a Ferrari, and we'll also just be able to have about the same sort of length of stint as we had in the sprint when we know our tyres last. So we will box this lap for a medium set, and we'll go again to the end. Have a new front wing as well at the time, which will be lovely. Try and maximise pace, and fingers crossed get as strong a finish as we possibly can in this lap then. Game Razor, thank you for the follow, mate. Welcome to the channel, pal. Right, in we come. Box, 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 box. Pick, confirm. We are changing our front wing. We are putting on a brand new set of new medium tyres, and hopefully gaining some positions in the process. We're going to come out significantly behind Lance Stroll, but we're hoping now then that we'll be able to close that gap with fresh tyres and a new front wing, especially considering, fingers crossed,
See these tyres through to the end now.
they'll actually fight a little bit for position. And rather importantly, we have come out in front of the Ocon, Tsunoda, Hamilton scrap that's right behind us. So that's probably as good as it could have gotten. Would have waited another lap or extended any further, then that group of 4 would have gotten to us, and we'd have ended up having to overtake them as well as then going on to try and catch the others, which obviously wouldn't have happened. So now we can just see the delta in front. We know what it is we've got to do. Close that gap. Oh, it's nice to have some grip back. Purple middle sector. We really do have some grip back. Oscar Piastri sets the fastest lap of the race. Right, come on then. Personal best lap coming up now. I highly doubt it'll be fastest lap of the race, but I'll take a PB.
Okay,
sector
mate,
1.
we've got some clear track in front of us, and let's make the best of it. So please make this next one a very fast lap.
Oh, that objective, actually, for the first time this season, it's actually a lap time that genuinely feels like they're asking something of me. My current personal best is a 32.2, and they're asking for a 31.7. We should be putting in a 30 point something with these fresh tyres. We're just putting a purple sector 1 But in the purple sector 2 last lap, we've now bested that this lap because that's a personal best. So someone else somewhere has taken that purple sector 2 away. I'll use some battery down the straight, and I'm pretty sure here we will not only beat that lap for the objective, but we might stand a chance of getting fastest lap of the race here as well. Which would, if we're able to hold it to the end of the race and maintain our position, obviously, give us an extra point too. And it is indeed the fastest lap of the race. Up the Haas! Oh. Steady. Purple sector 1 again. Look at me go!
You're 10 seconds behind the car ahead.
Lando was dragging George Russell and Lance Stroll with him. Hopefully, through the course of this first sector, Lando can gap George Russell by more than a second, stop them having DRS, and then they'll start to fall back towards me. I hope. Otherwise, we might not catch them because Lando on fresh mediums has been pulling George and Lance away from me. P8 is still a great finish here in Miami. And we will up the difficulty from 97 to 100 for the next race in... My brain is telling me Imola, but I might be mistaken. I think it's Imola. Which actually tends to be a track that the AI are quite strong at as well, to be fair. Another purple Sector 1. We've certainly got the pace here to catch those in front. If Lando can leave them behind. Let me cook. Okay, they've significantly dropped off now. Oh, you found the AI relatively poor around Imola, did you? Okay, intriguing. Thanks for following Gamer Sue. Welcome to the channel, mate. Exclamation mark assists. There you go. Answers on it. Lando has now well and truly left those guys behind as we set another fastest lap of the race by about 4 milliseconds, I think, something silly. Lance had pulled about a second on George, but it's now just under that, as you can tell from the delta top left. So Russell's still in DRS range of the Aston Martin, but the Aston Martin is very much not in the DRS range of Lando Norris, as you can tell from the minimap now. So that's why the gap has just started to plummet to those in front, because they're no longer getting pulled away from us by the very quick McLaren. Catching them is one thing, passing them is another. 17 laps to do it. Russell passed Stroll with DRS. Piastri on the podium at the minute as well. He's past the Ferrari. Cover. Fastest lap of the race. 30 flat. Oh, wide. Shitting. Read that when I get to the straight. Bear with. Ahoy. It's 5-bit Smashly. Just spent the last hour time trial and put them on leaderboard to find the right AI difficulty. Found out it's between 70 and 80, so you put in the middle at 75. Yeah, go for it. The website normally is pretty good, isn't it? Give you an idea of where to put the difficulty. Yeah, the two in front are fighting, which is just costing them both time. Another purple sector 1, don't we? At this pace, tyres are 11% worn, 6, 7 and 9. So it's 11% front right after 37, 8, 9, 40, 4, 1, 2, 3, 7 laps. It's about the same as the sprint, I think. Pretty much bang on almost.
Let's use overtake and burn off some of this energy. Okay, gap to the car ahead, 4.0 seconds.
Again, on hand over fist. You're right, we can just chill behind them and save tyres. I don't know whether I should or not. True, it might end up losing pace over time. Or the case of just sitting and chilling. I might be able to gap them though. I stand a better chance of gapping them now than I will do in 7 or 8 laps time. Stroll having a look at George Russell once more into the final turn. We've just chomped away that time on this fresh set of mediums, which is what we anticipated happening, which is why we chose to switch the strategy around and start on hards, get dragged along in other drivers' DRS, and then attack on a fresher, younger, softer set of tyres. This is not necessarily a strategy that would work anywhere near as well once the AI get patched. But in the short term, we might as well try and use it to our advantage, mightn't we? Hello. DRS range, gentlemen. We are within DRS range. Lando out in front is just gone. Not only are we within DRS range, we are here. Hello, gents. Stroll on Russell again. Russell goes defensive, then moves back to the racing line. Could have stayed defensive there. I might have thought about trying to swoop all the way around the outside, but I don't think I would have been quite close enough. Not sure who's going to actually have the DRS here. It is George Russell. So Stroll, they're just swapping DRS at the minute, battling so hard, losing all the time in the world. The question is, can I get past? And when I do, if I do, can we get away from them, or are they just going to add me into their current back and forth chaos? This feels familiar. This is how we got front wing damage the first time. Box strolling behind George, who's now going to go defensive and actually stop me. No, he's not. I'm going to dive. Oh, George, you've turned into me there. I've got a warning for the collision. I feel like the gap was there to be had. I want to have a look at that. I feel like there was the opportunity there to go for that. Just here. There is space for this lunge. There is space for that. There's loads of gap to the apex. I've gone for it, and George has just turned into me. I am fully alongside well before the apex, and George has just paid me no attention whatsoever, taken the corner as if I wasn't there, and driven right into the side of me, which has taken off his end plate, actually. He's going to pay a price for that. If you look at his front right end plate, he's going to come in here, hit the side of me, and that end plate is going to get taken off. It is a late lunge, but I disagree that I wasn't in control of my car. I disagree with that, Zach. I think I was in control of my car. I felt in control of my car. And George has just turned into me. I feel like the move was on there. There was enough gap to the apex that I could do that. What I should have done was gotten a thumbnail image there. Never mind. Try and do something here then if we can. It's in a bit of shadow really, isn't it? It's not, doesn't look good. outside of George this time. The other way around to how they were last lap. Stroll gets it done. George has the DRS though. He's going around the outside.
Taken some damage. You might start to notice it soon.
Yeah, George has front wing damage from our contact. I have floor damage from our contact. Whose damage is going to be worse? We're under no threat from behind whatsoever if we do end up losing pace. Got a pit stop in hand. I could even put on a used set of soft tyres at some point and then just extend the gap, because the floor damage isn't going to be that bad for our performance. I think Lance Stroll might just disappear here. I'm still of the mindset that that move was on and was legitimate and fair. There was a big gap there to the apex, so I just went for it. I think I'm allowed to do that in that situation. Was in control of the car, would have kept the car on the track, and the move would have been completed without me extending and gaining an advantage. It's certainly hard racing, but I think I was allowed to make that move. Now we're in a weird position where they're going to pull away from me in certain instances, and I'm going to need to try and pull them back towards me. That floor damage is going to affect our performance more and more as the race goes on, especially if it worsens as time goes by, which hopefully it won't, but it could do. And again, George with the DRS on Stroll up the inside. At some point, I need to try and make a move past these two, but we've had multiple comings together there with the two of them already in this Grand Prix. Lots of battles to this point, and with 10 laps to go, probably still more yet to come. This is going to be another bumper length episode, isn't it? Do I? I'm going. I'm up the inside of George Russell, and we're through into P7. And we might, with DRS here, be able to get Lance Stroll as well. I'm going to empty my battery here to try and get the move done, which is what we're going to do. Save some battery, use the overspeed. We're up to P6. I'm going to need that battery down the next straight to try and stay in front. But we've gotten it done. Advantageous, as George was slow on the long right-hander, sorry, long left-hander. We went for it. Purple middle, no surprise with the amount of battery we drained. And I think enough of a gap behind to be able to save battery all the way down the straight and maybe keep Lance behind. No. Oh, he's locked up and pulled straight across the racing line. I've had to slam on my own anchors to avoid him. And we will get the move back into P6. That was so dangerous from Lance Stroll. Locking up like that, sliding right across the front of me. Me avoiding him there is exactly what George should have done when I went up the inside of him. I saw Lance coming. He then locked up, which was less predictable than my lunge when I had the overspeed I did on George. And we purposefully didn't turn in because there was a car there. That's what you do, George. That's how you do it, mate. Right. Go away, Lance. I want P6. It's hard racing, Zach. I don't think there was anything wrong with that move. I'm going to do a poll. What do you think, chat? Manage poll. New poll. Was the move on George fair? Yes or no? That's for online racing only, Jack, not against the AI. Although it would be cool to be featured on Sim Racing Stewards. I think hard racing, yeah, personally, Meerkat. We'll try it again on a weekday, Zach, for sure. But on the weekend it's definitely worked, hasn't it? Ahoy. Right, we've comfortably gapped those behind now. The damage on the floor isn't getting any worse. My front right tyre is probably going to start to complain quite soon though. And at some point, those hard tyres will become the better tyre to be on again. But fingers crossed, by that point, we'll be far enough down the road that it's not going to matter. I hope anyway. George has dropped significantly back now with his front wing damage. Lance is probably the only threat to our finishing position now, with 7 laps to go. So we start lap 51 or 57. Currently P6.
Okay, keep an eye on that.
Now then,
gap
Josh,
ahead, please.
how are we, sir?
12.6 seconds.
Which way is the pole gone? Was the move on George fair? Yes, 85%. No, 15%. I feel vindicated and justified. Thank you. If George doesn't turn in on me and just sees the move coming, then you say, excellent move. You don't have a problem with it. It's only because he takes the action to turn into me that it comes up as a question in your mind. IMO.
Use your overtake button more. It's time to utilise some of this energy. Come on.
Floor damage is starting to have a little bit of an effect on our off throttle. I can clip it after the stream, yeah.
The car behind is dropping back by about 3/10 a lap. Well done.
You can't change your line in the braking zone again if you're the car in front, Zach. As the car behind, if I want to let off my brakes and change my line, I'm entitled to do so. It's only the car in front that's not allowed to change line in a braking zone.
Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 12.0 seconds.
It is quite spaced out, but I think because of the differing pit strategies, ads. There was some that went soft, there's some that went hard, medium, there were some that went medium, hard.
Let's make the most of it.
Some that went soft, medium, hard. If they were all on the same strategy, they'd all be in a DRS train. Oh, Jesus.
And gap to the car in front, 11.5 seconds.
Car's really quite unstable at the minute now with that floor damage. And the tyre wear to go with it. I don't know where my confidence levels are for the Euros.
Okay, gap ahead, 10.8 seconds.
Plus Southgate is very accurate, yeah.
Okay, final lap, let's go, final lap.
As we start the final lap, I think Lando Norris is actually coming up to lap Sergio Perez. So poor has Perez's race been here. He got knocked out in Q2. He ran an alternative strategy, trying to make up ground because of the early exit from qualifying. Started on the softs. And it just has not worked for him at all. Despite the flashing red fuel symbol, we do have enough fuel to end the race. We've got 0.3 laps worth of fuel left in the tank when we cross the line-ish. There or thereabouts. And we have brought it home. It's been contentious in chat with the move on George. We're going to put it out on Twitter as well and see what people on social media think. I think it was hard but fair racing and a legitimate overtake. You guys might agree, you guys might disagree. Such is the beauty of opinions on sport. Sometimes the ugly of opinions on sport as well to counteract the beauty. But Lando does indeed lap Sergio Perez. It is Max Verstappen from Carlos Sainz in P2, from Oscar Piastri, who does get a podium, then Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, and the cheese. We are across the line,
Okay, pick up
and
rubber
that
bring
is
it home.
P6 for us here. Like we say, we'll up the difficulty again for the next race, but there was plenty of entertainment in that. Plenty of entertainment in it, indeed, with the amount of wheel-to-wheel racing that was involved over the course of both Grand Prix, or both the Grand Prix and the Sprint, should I say, both races. Both Grand Prix is not necessarily the right terminology. 9 points for me there with the fastest lap as well. 8 points for my P6, plus the one for the fastest lap of the race. And that will do very nicely indeed. I now have a rating rivalry. For the first time, we're actually not just up against our teammate. Now we're up against Logan Sargent as well. And the winner will be whoever gets to 72 rated first. I wonder who's going to do that then. I don't think there's going to be any shocks in us beating Logan Sargent, even if I was even if I was racing significantly higher than we currently are. That is us 70 rated now. We still haven't quite edged the reputation with Kevin Magnussen, as you can quite clearly see there. We are getting some goals done. Strategy analyst actually went backwards there, frustratingly, but the rest of them moved considerably further forwards. We did off camera as well, at least I think it's going to be off camera, add some more development to the car as well. We've put an engine power resource and development segment to good use. It won't be done for a couple of races, so we won't reap the rewards yet. I do have a new rival.
This is the perfect opportunity to show the world why you belong in this sport. And to show me why you belong amongst my very exclusive clientele. That's a joke. I love working with you.
Oh, good. Thanks. So it's Imola next. We are above 70. We've reached our target for the season. I've put on the powertrain, the ignition system. K-Mag's actually done the weight redistribution, which was what I was waiting to put on. And I don't know whether I wasn't allowed to put that on because he actually had control over that, or whether it just wasn't yet available and K-Mag put it on immediately as soon as it became available. But that is going to be all from this particular Grand Prix weekend. We are 10th in the standings, 6th in the constructors, and things are looking pretty damned decent right now. Hopefully these things pass. We haven't had much luck so far with passing components, and that luck continues as all 3 of those R&D development parts fail. Oh, good. That'll be ready for Monaco, but not for Imola. And I imagine it will be the same for the gearbox reliability. In fact, that's not till Canada. And for the ICE before Monaco, but I have insufficient points. Still have to pay a little bit for that. K-Mag's part failed. Okay, well, I've got 63 resource points left. I'm not going to be able to get anything with that. So that will bring us to a close for today. Thank you very much for watching. As always, do drop the video a like if you've enjoyed. Subscribe to the channel to make sure you don't miss out on any more. And do come and join me on stream if you haven't already on Twitch or on the YouTube channel where we live stream all of the content as well. Chesnoid Live. There'll be links to both in the description down below. That is all for me for today, for YouTube, for Formula 1. I'll see you in Imola in the next one. Bye-bye. Right. Unfortunately, chat, that is going to be a premature end to the stream for today because Jude is being a tinker and I need to go and relieve Nat. So, I'm not live tomorrow. I don't know yet if I'm live Monday. Probably not. But Tuesday, certainly. So, we will send you on a raid. We said we were going to raid Vic anyway, didn't we? Because she's doing her 12-hour subathon. So, let's send you over to Vic. And you guys can get involved in her subathon. But I appreciate the support. Thank you for watching. We've been live for nearly 4.5 hours today. So, it's not a short stream. Just not a long stream either. But that's fine. Real life comes first, as I'm sure you understand. Over 100 of you going to go and join Vic today. Appreciate that. I'm sure she'll appreciate that as well. I'll update the schedule for next week when I get the opportunity, but right now I am needed elsewhere. I will see you maybe Monday, probably Tuesday. Well, definitely Tuesday, but probably not till Tuesday. But if I am live on Monday, I'll let you know. Right. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much for your support as ever. Pern Ben, thank you for the follow too. I'll see you next time.